Attention, good afternoon. We will now be doing roll call. Team 5, Code Blue, are you here? Okay, thank you. Team 16, Baymax, are you here?
Team 6, Matcha Latte, are you guys here? Okay, perfect. And finally, Team 11, Please Lettuce Win. Are you guys here? Nice.
Okay, now that you all are here, we will be starting. So first of all, congratulations to all of you for making it this far into the tournament. We will now be announcing the teams that will be competing against each other for the second runner-up position. So for the second runner-up round, we will have, firstly, Team 11, Let Us Win. Please let us win. And Team 16, Baymax, congratulations. You will be competing next. Please prepare yourselves. So the motion you will be competing in is, with advances in technology altering the global health system to be more open, people's privacy, security, and safety are worth exchanging for more opportunities for AI to grow from this publicity. Team Please let us win, you will be the proposition. And Team Baymax, you will be the opposition. Please prepare yourselves.
And to conclude a day of fruitful debates and find the winner of this year's Siriraj International Interprofessional Debates on Global Health 2025, our final round will consist of the following teams. Team 5, Code Blue, representing the proposition, and Team 6, Matcha Latte, representing the opposition. The final motion for this debate is, with limited resources, we should focus on accelerating healthcare digitalization rather than equalizing access to healthcare.
The rest of the competition will be situated in this auditorium. Speakers will give their speeches at the podium, and you can challenge by raising your hands. Wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
The debate will begin shortly at 3 p.m. in 4 minutes.
So it is now 3 p.m. Team, please let us win. Please come up on stage and sit on the right side, facing the audience. And Team 16, Team Baymax, please come up on stage and sit on the left, facing the audience. May the proposition please sit on the right, facing the audience.
Thank you. So just to repeat, our motion for this round is, with advances in technology altering the global health system to be more open, people's privacy, security, and safety are worth exchanging for more opportunities for AI to grow from this publicity.
For our first adjudicator, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Mayuri Homsanit, Deputy Head of the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital, Mahidol University. For our second adjudicator, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Adisan Ratanayota, Deputy Head of the Department of Anatomy, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital.
We also have Kun Tosapan Sangja, Data Scientist at Siriraj Informatics and Data Innovation Center, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital, Mahidol University. We also have Assistant Professor Dr. Siripen Pongpaichet, Assistant Dean for Information and Systems, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, Mahidol University. And last but not least, Dr. Ittipon Rasamirod, Assistant Dean for Technology Infrastructure, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, Mahidol University.
The debate will now commence right after the moderator have announced additional rules.
Attention all competitors. The following are the rules for the debate. Please listen to these rules carefully, as they will not be repeated again. In the following debate, a topic will be presented. You will debate within the scope of that topic using the information that you have previously researched. Each speaker will have 5 minutes per round, with 4 rounds per team, to present your arguments to the best of your ability. Should a challenge arise, it will be addressed at the end of the allocated 5-minute round, after which 1 minute is given for the source to be found, and 1 minute is given for the accused to present their case. Please turn your devices to silent and airplane mode to ensure no outside internet connection. If this is found to not be the case, you will be immediately removed from the competition. Any suspicious contact with staff or members of the audience will be considered as cheating and lead to immediate disqualification. Any violations of the previously dictated rules will lead to immediate disqualification. We wish you the best of luck in the following debate. Starting with the proposition side, can the first speaker please raise your hand? You can please make your way to the podium. You will have 5 minutes. Starting from now.
Greetings, honorable judges, esteemed opposition, and respected audience members. As we should all know that we stand in this motion not because we believe only in that privacy is trivial, but because we believe the lives are not. As of now, we are entering a new frontier in healthcare, one where artificial intelligence does not merely supplement medical systems, but transform them. And within this transformation, it is no longer abstract. No, it is tangible. So, without further ado, let us go into the points that we would like to address related to how technology may not actually should not be integrated in terms of the privacy of these patients. Firstly, artificial intelligence enhances patient care in ways previously unimaginable. With AI algorithms can now detect cancer and radiological precision, revealing or even surpassing human specialists. And it is true that, yes, we need a large sum of this information to make these AI work in the medical field. But we have to propose something that is a solution to these things, that the opposition would try to paint as if AI does not have a solution to this, which is that we may risk in terms of a security breach when we risk using too much of the patient's privacy data. For that, we propose a solution that is federated learning. This technique enables AI models to train on decentralized data sets without moving any patient data from local sources, according to Siriraj in 2021. And the data never leaves the hospital, actually. Instead, this model updates our aggregated security, preserving both performance and privacy of those patients. Secondly, we have to talk about how AI provides predictive power that can transform public health. As we all know, that the AI during the COVID pandemic managed to basically predict the course of action, not the course of action, but the situation that was to come even before the WHO even took it as a national pandemic, according to Chang back in 2021. These tools can not only reduce pandemic, but they are the tools needed for us to transcend and prosper for the future of our humanity. In sum, this debate is not between privacy and progress. It's a debate about how to uphold both within the boundaries of the rules and regulations presented from the government. With safeguards in place, the global health benefits of AI far outweigh the manageable risks, and as such, we affirm to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you to our first speaker. You can now return back to your seat. And the first speaker of the opposition team, you can step up to the podium. You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Greetings, honorable judges and fellow speakers. Today we come together to engage in a meaningful discussion on whether people's privacy, security, and safety are worth exchanging for more opportunities for AI to grow. As the opposition, we strongly disagree with this proposition. We believe that sacrificing these fundamental rights for the uncertain promise of AI development, especially in healthcare, is both ethically dangerous and practically flawed. To elaborate, our stance will revolve around 3 key sub-questions. 1, whether AI benefits outweigh patient privacy. To this, we argue that, first, AI development is inherently reliant on data. Yet this data often comes from real people with no understanding of how it will be used. Without meaningful consent and protection, individuals are reduced to mere data points. Patient privacy is not a tradable commodity. It is a fundamental human right. When breached, the loss of dignity and autonomy is not easily regained. Second, the assumption that AI will always produce better outcomes is dangerously optimistic. As seen in real-world failures, such as the 2021 Texas COVID treatment algorithm, AI can amplify existing biases, resulting in discriminatory or harmful outcomes, especially for vulnerable communities. These are not minor risks, they are life-threatening. Third, privacy breaches have long-term consequences. A single leak can expose a patient's entire medical history, potentially affecting employment, insurance, and mental health. These risks are not theoretical. They are ongoing and real. The damage from a privacy violation often far outweighs any speculative benefit that AI may eventually bring. And this brings me to my second point, which whether patients should have the authority to limit their privacy. To this, we argue that, first, patients must retain the right to decide how their data is used, especially in sensitive contexts such as healthcare. Taking away this authority, even in the name of innovation, undermines personal freedom and informed consent, a cornerstone of ethical medical practice. Second, not all patients possess equal access to digital literacy. Assuming they can navigate or understand complex AI systems is not only unrealistic but exclusionary. Removing the ability to opt out of places the burden of technological complexity on individuals who may not fully grasp what is being done with their most private information. And my third main point is that whether the regulation of data can bring concerns to AI development. To this, we argue that, first, regulation is not a barrier. It is a safeguard. Without it, AI systems will develop in silos of profit-driven motives, risking corporate exploitation of health data for insurance pricing, pharmaceutical marketing, or political gain. Regulation ensures technology develops ethically and in the public interest. Second, data regulation promotes accountability and auditability. Without it, errors or harmful outcomes in AI decisions go unchecked. It is through regulation that we ensure these systems are transparent, equitable, and subject to correction. Now, third, unregulated data collection paves the way for systemic discrimination. AI trained on biased datasets can lead to racial profiling, gender disparities, and socioeconomic exclusions. Robust regulatory frameworks are not barriers. They are the necessary guardrails that prevent harm and uphold justice in AI development that we must need. So, in conclusion, it is imperative to consider not just what AI could achieve, but what it could cost when pursued without limits. Sacrificing the principles of privacy, autonomy, and safety for speculative technological gain is not progress. It is negligence. If the security of personal data and ethical boundaries in corporate use is ignored, any supposed benefit from AI will fundamentally be undermined. Furthermore, an AI system trained in insufficient or unethical data will inevitably fail, leading to misdiagnosis, mistreatment, and widespread harm, directly violating the medical oath to do no harm. Thank you.
Can the second speaker of the proposition team please step up to the podium? Okay, you will have 5 minutes starting from now.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am the second opener of this debate, and I would like to talk about security. This is number one concerns when it's come to telemedicine or technology as a whole. Let's talk about FL, or federated learning. It's generally considered as the safest or safer options in terms of data privacy, as mentioned by my leader. But I would like to dive deeper into how it is safer. Number one, the FL allows machine learning to use and share sensitive data without sharing online or compromising its risks. And it also contained in a central server and use privacy mechanisms. Let me provide you an example. Do you guys know Telegram? It's like an end-to-end encryption app that almost no one can crack. This FL system is a similar system for Telegram. It's like it allows people or others to share sensitive data without difficulty. All right. And I would like to rebut our concerns. We are to talk about concerns that the proponent might have. Some say AI model needs a large data set, which are vulnerable to breach. But federated learning specifically addresses this, as I say, by keeping data only in the model relevant based on Tova logo. Moreover, data governance tools like encryption can help AI or this FL contain safer information. Another thing that a proponent might have is patients should control their own health data. We agree. The model design enables that with the privacy by design strategy like differential privacy and de-identification. Patients' autonomy can be respected even as data used for aggregate insights based on Murdoch research in 2021. Legal frameworks like GDPR already enforce strict consent protocols, which any responsible AI deployment must be followed. And that's all. Thank you for my point.
Okay, can the next speaker please step up to the podium? You have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and fellow debaters. I'm hereby going to expand on the points that my team's leader have informed. AI's potential benefit will be with certainty rendered useless if federated learning proves under development. AI systems rely on massive amounts of data and breaches and complex algorithms. If these systems are not secured against cyber attacks, data breaches, or manipulation, the very foundation of their reliability crumbles. No innovation, no efficiency, no life-saving breakthroughs can endure if the integrity of AI is compromised. Consider this: a compromised AI system making decisions on patients' care, financial transactions, or critical infrastructure could cause catastrophic harm. Errors, biases, or malicious alterations could propagate at scale with devastating consequences. Security, therefore, is not an optional feature. It is the bedrock on which AI benefit depends. Without cutting-edge cybersecurity, AI becomes an open door for exploitation, undermining public trust, and endangering privacy and threatening for the safety of entire populations. Moreover, weak security can stall process altogether. Policymakers, institutions, and the public will hesitate to adopt AI solutions if risks are unchecked. Investment and innovations will falter, and the transformative potential of AI will be stiffed before it can be realized. Thus, ensuring that AI systems are designed, deployed, and maintained with the highest standards of security is not merely a technical challenge. It is a required technological which goes hand in hand with it. Let me give an example of when things go wrong. High-value data insensitive criminals, therefore security is always in need of constant maintenance to keep up with attacks. For example, in 2024, Change Healthcare was attacked by the Black Cat ransomware gang, with a significant impact on pharmacy systems across the US and $22 million in ransom paid. This really demands the security is not a one-time setup, but a continuous evolving commitment. Cybercriminals innovate constantly, developing ever more sophisticated methods to breach defenses. Without relentless vigilance and adaptive security protocols, even the most advanced system remains vulnerable. A recent and stark example underscores this urgency. In 2024, Change Healthcare, one of the largest healthcare service providers in the United States, fell victim to ransomware attack. And another point is, the rights for patients to govern information on their own body, therefore should have the authority to limit their private information use in machine learning of AI. Patients do not merely contribute data, they must entrust sensitive, deeply personal information to healthcare providers. This data is a reflection of their health, identity, and privacy. Consequently, it is their right to exercise control over how the information is collected, shared, and utilized. In the context of AI and machine learning, this right is paramount. While AI systems offer tremendous potential to advance diagnostic treatment and health outcomes, the use of personal health data must never come at the expense of individual autonomy. Patients must be granted clear authority to consent to restrict or withdraw the use of their private information in AI development. This empowerment respects their autonomy and fosters trust, an essential foundation for effective healthcare and research. Thank you.
Can the third speaker of the proposition please make your way to the podium? You have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Okay, greetings, esteemed audience, judges, and opposition. I would like to put forth a key argument about the proposition. Digitalizing acts as a long-term equalizer by creating scalable and efficient infrastructure. In a world where healthcare resources are limited, whether it would be doctors, funding, or time, it makes more sense to invest in systems that scale rather than systems that spread thin, such as physical infrastructure that are usually locked in one place. Accelerating healthcare digitalizations lays the foundation for long-term access even in under-resourced settings. It reduces the dependency on physical infrastructure and workforce size, making access to healthcare faster, cheaper, and more efficient. Instead of trying to build physical hospitals in every remote village, a goal that could take decades and a ton of investment of labor and money, digital tools like telemedicine, mobile diagnostics, and AI triage can serve thousands with minimal setup. It's about building a system that can sustainably scale with the population, not one that stretches itself thin and still fails to meet everyone's need. For example, let's take a look at India's e-Sanjivani telemedicine platform. With a single national digital health interface, the government has completed over 140 million consultations, a testament to the feasibility of digitalization. Many of those consultations are in rural areas with no doctors nearby. In contrast, building enough hospitals to serve all these patients physically would have taken billions in constructions, staff, and logistics, not to mention the decades of building time. Similarly, Thailand's Modi and Dr. Raksa platforms have been integrated into public healthcare, showing how digitalization can bring care to underserved populations more rapidly than physical expansion. As a result, the question of how do we ensure equitable distribution of benefits can be answered by building digital-first systems that reaches everyone regardless of location. Smartphones and internet penetrations are rising, especially with 5G infrastructure spreading all over the world, making it more realistic to deploy digital care than bricks and mortar clinics. In the long run, digitalization is a force multiplier. It brings down costs, spreads access faster, and allows limited budgets to go further, especially in low and middle income countries. And now, there might be some fear about the effectiveness or the efficiency of AI or digital tools. But recently, AI tools have achieved near human or better accuracy in medical imaging. Studies show AI systems detect breast cancers, mitosis, classify skin cancers at dermatologist level, and diagnose diabetic retinopathy from retinal images. These tools support doctors with personalized prognosis and can streamline care pathways. And with predictive analytics and combined with public health, AI-driven predictive models can forecast disease outbreaks and patients' risks in healthcare analytics. AI forecasts patients' outcome and identify patients at risk, enabling earlier interventions, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much.
Can the third speaker of the opposition team please make their way to the podium? You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, and my respected proposition team. Firstly, I would like to address, if patients fear data misuse, they may withhold critical information needed for diagnosis. Therefore, if they have data confidentiality, then it would reassure them to provide crucial information to the physicians. When patients harbor concerns about confidentiality, they may choose to withhold sensitive but critical information, details essential for accurate diagnosis and effective treatment. This withholding not only compromises individual health outcome, but also impedes the quality of care a physician can provide. Ensuring robust data confidentiality is therefore not merely a matter of privacy. It is a fundamental enabler of trust. When patients are confident that their information will be securely protected and used ethically, they are more likely to share openly, empowering physicians with the knowledge necessary to make informed decisions. This assurance fosters a therapeutic relationship grounded in trust, respect, and transparency, key ingredients for improved health outcomes. Moreover, strong confidentiality protocol help uphold broader public health goals by encouraging participants in screening, research, preventive care without fear of stigma or discrimination. My next point is, too much sharing can create security risk for centralization of patient data and therefore would result in the need to constantly improve firewall to safeguard the system. As healthcare systems increasingly depend on shared digital records and large-scale data integration for AI-driven solutions, a new risk emerges: the concentration of information in the singular, high-value system. These central repositories of patient data, while powerful for research and diagnosis, also become prime target for cyber criminals. History has already shown us the consequences. Health organizations around the world have suffered devastating breaches, compromising millions of patient records, disrupting hospital operations, and eroding public trust. Too much data sharing, especially without distributed safeguard, amplify these risks. The larger and more centralized the data set, the greater the potential damage from single breach. And in healthcare, such breaches don't just result in financial loss. They endanger life, privacy, and public confidence. This centralization necessitates constant and cost upgrade of cybersecurity measure, from firewall and encryption to real-time threat detection and ethical access control. Without continual investment and innovation in digital security, no system, no matter how advanced it is immune. Thus, while data sharing offers undeniable benefit, it must be approached with strategic caution and technical vigilance. Healthcare system must balance the power of connectivity with the necessity of resilience, ensuring that patient data is both useful and secure. Lastly, there will always be uninformed consent in people who do not understand the complexity in machine learning. Raises ethical concerns and may lead to unfair use. Machine learning is not intuitive to use average person. Its inner working, algorithm, data training, model optimization, and predictive inference are far removed from everyday understanding. Yet, patients are often asked to consent to use that data that data will be used, interpreted, or shared. This creates a troubling reality. Many individuals give consent without truly understanding what they are agreeing to, and their consent is uninformed. It is no longer ethically sound. It becomes procedural compliance, not meaningful agreement. This disconnect raises serious ethical concerns. It opened the door to the unfair use of data, especially among vulnerable populations, those with lower health literacy, language barrier, or limited digital knowledge. These groups may become disproportionately exposed to the risk while contributing data do not fully understand the implication of it. And that's why I stand opposing the statement. Thank you.
Can the leader of the proposition team please step up to the podium to conclude your side's debate? You have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Okay. I think the opposition has painted this picture that that our privacy is should not be given to the development of AI, and included our security and our safety as well. But I want to paint a different type of view, a story that has been told by hundreds and hundreds of years ago that is still adaptable to this day. It's the story of Leviathan. Leviathan is basically a creature where in its encompassing size, we are all a part of it. Each piece, that information, that piece of our characteristics represents us. And you might say that, well, this Leviathan has only existed merely because of the existence of AI and the need for us to use our private data and safety to aid in this. Well, then let's look back a few hundred years ago. Have we forgot that we've been paying taxes for the rest of our lives? Have we forgotten that even nowadays that, well, we're still using technology that doesn't have to be AI, but we're still selling our data to private corporations for them to use their data as well. But here's the thing, we don't question it. We never question it. The fact that that they have our own data for the usage of said companies to do whatever they need. But when this AI that has been proven before by George Washington University in 2024 that can be implemented with actual efficiency, we then argue the fact that, well, it should not be used and it should not be implemented at all. And frankly, if I have to urge you all to just give up your data just for the benefit of some entity that is not even human, and some would say that does not even mimic those of the human emotions that we have, well, I have to say that, yes, we may right now value these things, but up to a certain point, how long are we going to live in this world? And how many more years does it take for us to still advance without acknowledging that we have always faced these problems? We have always have these problems in the first place, but just blaming the fact that we have a better technology that still does the same thing by us selling the data. When are we going to step forth and take the risk needed for further progressing this technology? Because in a matter of 40 years, maybe I will still live, but frankly, the next generation or the fewer or whatever generation that comes next, there has to be a step where we look past our need of private data, and we have to heed to the fact that we will live forever, and that the generation of humanity must still grow for the benefit of humanity as a whole. And for that, I still firmly affirm to this motion. Thank you.
Can the final speaker please make your way to the podium? You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
So to address the arguments that the propositions leader has directed to us, so you mentioned the use of prediction models in epidemic circumstances, right? So for new diseases, some AI may use old data from diseases that are inherently different, which will lead to dangerous consequences, as we have seen in past events for COVID, for example, because the AI has mistakenly used the contagiousness of the flu to calculate or extrapolate the data to COVID, and that has backfired. And for the first speaker of the proposition, you said that security can be ensured using federated learning, right? And well, yes, federated learning may share sensitive data without compromising risks, but there will always be risks. To this, we must address that high-value data incentivizes criminals, as my speakers have said, and with certainty, there will be people who may find loopholes, as they have always done. Security is not a one-and-done thing. It must be constantly improved. This would therefore lead to unsurmountable losses in finance in developing machine learning. As the opposition, I would like to ask that you elaborate on how federated learning works, and to what extent that federated learning can predict or protect valuable data of patients before cybercriminals find a way to adapt to new technologies. For example, ransomwares. Other than federated learning, what is there to guard our patients other than that? And for the second speaker of the proposition, I address this to you. Do you think that federated learning would have the same benefits as centralizing patient data across the world? Again, if you want to share data, yes, you spoke about the many optimistic benefits, but how will you ensure security and efficiency at the same time? If you use federated learning, you must compromise on generalizability and robustness, because as I understand, federated learning uses the local network to conduct machine learning, correct? And as the leader has said before for the proposition team, you said that data is always shared to corporates anyways, and well, no one bats an eye. And to that, I want to propose that, do you think that healthcare data is on the same level of importance as Facebook interests? Of course not, right? And well, if we were to tell the patients that, hey, your data might be hacked, if the patients fear data misuse, they may withhold critical information needed for a diagnosis. Therefore, if they have data confidentiality, then it would reassure them to provide crucial information to their physicians, right? When patients harbor concerns about confidentiality, they may choose to withhold sensitive but critical information, details essential for accurate diagnosis and effective treatment. This withholding not only compromises individual health outcomes, but also impedes the quality of care that physicians can provide. And well, however, your argument does not ensure complete security of patient data, as federated learning is not a guaranteed solution. If you wish to further sharing of data anyways, wouldn't this disregard the matter of informed consent from patients? Knowing that their data will be at some form of risk will undoubtedly deter the efforts for inputting the sufficient data for machine learning. And we would also like to raise a few questions that we as an opposition team has been waiting to hear from the proposition team. They have talked about the advances in technology and that giving data to train AI might offer. We want to take it a step shorter and ask, what kind of data is worth for trade for privacy? How would this help with training AI? How do you decide which one is safe to trade and which one is not? Thank you.
Thank you both teams for their insightful arguments. We will now invite our esteemed judges to provide their feedback and comments.
Thank you for the debate. It's an interesting conversation from both teams. Okay, I just go straight to my comments. I think overall you both did quite good. I'll just suggest maybe some ideas to maybe you can improve if you have like the next opportunity to debate on this particular topic. Then for the proposition team, I think it would be interesting to see if you can argue why the current system is not open enough to develop like the best AI if it could be, or maybe if you can provide evidence that if we can be just a little bit more open, like just a tiny bit, and then we can gain like a lot of accuracy with the AI. That would be interesting. That's my opinion. And then for the opposition team, I would like to see more if you can argue why the current safeguard is not enough. Because you're saying like we need this safeguard to protect our like fundamental rights, but is the current system provide enough safeguard, or do we need more, or like we can just like stay strong on this? And that's one point. Another idea is maybe privacy might actually benefit AI. Like, so you gave an example of the COVID case on the Texas in 2021 that the system is biased. Maybe if we have like a better safeguard or protocol, it might reduce the bias. That's just an idea. I don't know if it's possible, but it would be interesting to hear about that. Okay, and when I was listening to the debate, I just think of an example case study that you might be interested in. There's a case called Netflix price scandal. It's like a standard study case for the topic around this AI and privacy stuff. Basically, like the Netflix, the company holds a competition to let people compete for their AI recommendation systems. They try to anonymize the data, but some researchers can identify like individuals within the data set. And that's kind of like raised the topic similarly to this motion of the debate, whether if it's like good to do for AI or it's like just don't do it. We just please like protect the privacy of the people. So that would be an interesting case to like study for the topic around this AI. But anyway, I think you both did good. So those are just suggestions for the next ones. Yeah.
Okay. I think this topic is quite difficult. It's very challenging for both of you, and I think both of you did pretty good job. Again, similar to another judge that we might would like to suggest like what can be add on to improve and so on. For the first team, the proposition team, you have mentioned about federated learning, and I think maybe it's many of here, many audience might not know what it is, and so the explanations detail would be good, would be nice to help. And I think it also may be beneficial if you can like outline the story between three of you. Like when you're starting the topic, okay, the first one, what is better learning? The second one, why is it safe? And the third person is like the benefit of them and so on. Yeah, but if the outline is a bit more stronger, like the storytelling things like a bit more strong, I think it will be more interesting. So I still feel like it's just, I feel like one of you just did your own work, but it's not totally aligned, like in a team, the total team as a whole. And also similar to the last time, if it's possible to like argue or respond to the opposition team along the way, that would be nice. Have a confidence during the debate, right? And try to use as much as time that you have, okay? So, and if you can try to find like, kind of, you say that if we share our data, so what we get back, can we have like any win-win situations that people can agree on and then can like convince people to be able to share the data? And then since the opposition team always talk about the safeguard, the security and so on, how you're gonna handle that? I think only better learning, right, for now. Okay, but is there anything else that we can ensure all of us to believe on that thing, on that system? But overall, still nice. I feel like you have like passion and would like to persuade all of us to make your case, okay? And so very good job so far. And for the opposition team, very nice start. Like I feel like you have outlined what is the idea, what is the three things that we would like to mention to state on. And then, but later on, it feel like repeating things, same thing over and over. Yeah, we at the beginning, it's very important here about data leak and so on. But I feel like the next supporting evidence or content still the same. It's about leaking, but doesn't have a very strong like evidence yet so far. Okay, but overall, the articulations and the detail is quite good. Okay, and you have also a response back to the proposition team as well about what they have talked about. And so overall it's pretty nice, but I think it's gonna be better if we have a strong evidence and maybe have the variety of, variety of evidence and variety of topic to against on as well. Okay, but overall, still enjoy for both of the team. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, so you look so tired for now. Excited from the morning, right? Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with her that this topic is quite difficult, but this topic is quite close to me because I work in cybersecurity. So, and you mentioned a lot of things in cybersecurity. So I'm gonna give a short comment. The first thing is that for the proposition team, you focus more on the AI technology and machine learning. In your job, for my opinion, I think you should focus on, you don't care about security, you don't care about the privacy and safety so much because you want to improve the AI technology, right? And for the opposition team, it should be better if you compare something like the cyber attack. The second speaker, you talk about some example or evidence of the cyber attack, right? But it should be better if you can find some evidence of the cyber attack that related to the AI, right? That should be make your speech is stronger than this. That's all,ครับ.
Okay. For me, I would like to give some comment on viewpoint of a physician because I'm a doctor. You gave us the idea and point of view regarding patient's autonomy, which is good. But if you have more time or you are not tired, maybe you explore more about the autonomy of the patient and what is the right and the dignity of them. Consider this thing compared to the sharing of information or whatever. Maybe it's better for the audience to follow you through this. And I agree with Ajahn Ithipon. From this morning until now, you went through a lot of, like, you are playing game and you have many stages that you have to advance, and I think your battery may be low now. I understand that, but actually I like the atmosphere in this morning more than now, because you were more powerful, you were more convincing. But if I were you, I'm sure that I cannot do as good as you did. So thank you so much.
Adison Ratanayotha from Department of Anatomy. Thank you very much for the debate. That is very interesting and very amazing for you to try to present your information, your idea about very difficult topic, about whether the AI, the development of AI needs more data, more sharing data, something like that. And I think this topic, the main thing in this topic is that you need to set the boundary of the information that you want to agree with it or disagree with it. I'll be going through some details from the proposition team. I'll start from the first one, the leader, Chawanwit. Okay. Chawanwit tried to set the sense of urgency, why AI development is very important at the beginning, and then trying to give more example. This is very nice. And I think that at this time, you did it better than the previous round. Yeah, you did it better than the previous round, because maybe the environment is different from the small room, and this is in the large room. You have your podium, you can control the stage. That's why you can express it better. Okay, that is a very nice thing. For the second member, Metat, you also have the content to present, but maybe you're so focused on the security, right? So that's why you just explain on this topic, to focus on this topic, despite there are many topics that you can add why sharing data is important in this case. So you still have 2 minutes left after you finish your explanation. So if you improve in this point, try to look at the wider view. It will make you get better in expression in this case. For the third one, not Pawin, okay. You also try to present the advantage, the profit, the benefit of the AI, trying to say about accessibility to enhance improvement, something like that. But I think it's still unclear whether the sharing data will help in this case. You can focus more on sharing data, on the motion, on the topic, than just saying that improved AI is better. If you explain more on this point, that would be very nice. Okay, so move on to the opposite team. Start from Sarut, right? Sarut, okay. So Sarut tried to acknowledge the proposition team at the very beginning and then move to the rebuttal, and also try to present the issues that you already prepare for speaking. That is very nice. You structure your talk very nice. One thing that I would like to mention is that maybe you can improve eye contact and also some nonverbal communication with the audience and also the judge. So actually, this is not the problem with the, not the only just for Sarut, but also for everyone. That even though for the content, you have many contents in your head, but when you try to express to the audience, not only verbal communication, but also non-verbal communication. You can look to your script, but sometimes then quickly go back to the audience. that would make the audience have shared emotion. Okay. So for Ravi as the second member, you also focus on the security, maybe because of the second member of the proposition team trying to say about this. Yeah, and also you mentioned about public trust. This is also nice. You also say something about real world situation, real world example. It would also be nice if you add more, if you have some information about in Thailand. That would make the issue more close to the audience. Okay. And last one, Natinapa, right? Okay. You mentioned about the trust, you mentioned about cyber security, cyber criminals, and uninformed consent. Would also be good if you add more why withholding some data is good to oppose to the proposition team. So overall, I would say that both teams did very well, you have very firm contents, just only the styles, nonverbal communication, improve it more. And also the strategy to convince, to persuade audience, to move on, to have shared emotion, to have same feeling with you. That would also improve your debate maybe in next time. Okay, thank you very much.
ขอบคุณอาจารย์มากๆเลยนะคะ We would like to thank the judges for their thoughtful feedback and comments and extend our appreciation to all the participants once again. Our judges will now take 20 minutes to finalize the results. During this time, feel free to take a break.
Once again, we are highly grateful for our esteemed judges here with us. We would also like to thank our participants once again for their unmatched debating skills.
I can say that everyone here is thoroughly impressed. We will now have a 15 to 20-minute break before the final round starts. If you're hungry, there are snacks available.
Could we kindly ask that you exit via the side door with the fire exit sign above, right over here, and have your break on the second floor. Please also return via this door as well. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
If you are exiting the auditorium, please use the door at the top because the bottom one has been blocked by the weather.
Welcome to the final round of the competition after a day of thought-provoking debates. We hope you've had a wonderful time here and are looking forward to our last debate session of the day.
I would like to welcome Team Code Blue and Team Matcha Latte to the stage, please. Please sit under your team name.
The motion for this round is, with limited resources, we should focus on accelerating healthcare digitalization rather than equalizing access to healthcare.
For the first adjudicator for this round, we have Dr. Pennapa Kawiwong Prasert, teaching faculty at the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital. Next, I would like to welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Mayuri Homsanit, Deputy Head of the Department of Preventive and Social Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital. Coming up, I would also like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Adison Ratanayota, Deputy Head of the Department of Anatomy, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital.
We also have Mr. Tosapon Sangja, Data Scientist at Siriraj Informatics and Data Innovation Center, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital, Mahidol University. We also have Professor Dr. Shanwit Ponnopadon, Advisor of the Division of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Department of Psychiatry, Faculty of Medicine, Siriraj Hospital, Mahidol University. And last but not least, Lecturer Dr. Itipon Rasami Road, Assistant Dean for Technology Infrastructure, Faculty of Information and Communication Technology, Mahidol University.
Now, before we start the debate, please pay attention to the moderator while they explain additional rules.
Attention all competitors. The following are the rules for the debate. Please listen to these rules carefully as they will not be repeated again. In the following debate, a topic will be presented. You will debate within the scope of that topic using the information that you have previously prepared. Each speaker will have 5 minutes per round, with 4 rounds per team, to present your arguments to the best of your ability. Should a challenge arise, it will be addressed at the end of the allocated 5-minute round, after which 1 minute is given for the source to be found, and 1 minute is given for the accused to present their case. Please turn your devices to silent mode and airplane mode to ensure no outside internet connections. If this is found to not be the case, you will be immediately removed from the competition. Any suspicious contact with staff or members of the audience will result in immediate disqualification. Any violations of previously dictated rules will lead to immediate disqualification. We wish you the best of luck in the following debate, starting from the proposition. Can the first speaker please make your way to the podium? You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen of the judge selection as well as the audience. As Code Blue's team leader representing the proposition, I would like to first reaffirm my team's agreement with the statement. With limited resources, we should focus on accelerating healthcare digitalization rather than equalizing access to healthcare. In a world of growing health challenges like pandemics, aging populations, and rising costs, we face a tough reality. Resources are limited. And in such a world, difficult decisions must be made. Today, we argued that the best and most sustainable use of those limited resources is to invest in accelerating healthcare digitalization rather than solely focusing on equalizing access to outdated or inefficient healthcare systems. To define the statement, we are prioritizing digitalization of healthcare with the limited resources available, but we are also not ignoring equalizing accessibility of healthcare either. Again, we are not neglecting equal access to healthcare. Opposition will argue that equalizing access to healthcare is rudimentary. It is the bare minimum. It is the foundation of healthcare. We agree. Equalizing access to healthcare is important and it is fundamental. However, I would like to emphasize that through prioritizing development of healthcare digitalization, we are not neglecting healthcare equity and accessibility. In fact, through digitalization, we are actually accelerating healthcare accessibility. Choosing to prioritize healthcare digitalization provides multifaceted benefits, meaning more than one benefit. Let me make an easy example. I'm sure you've all heard of the world-famous idiom, killing two birds with one stone, which means that you can achieve two things through one action. This idiom reflects the action of focusing on healthcare digitalization over equalizing access to healthcare. Actually, through focusing on healthcare digitalization over equalizing access to healthcare, we kill many birds, more than two, with a single stone. Violent, I know. I apologize for this violent example. But some of these birds or benefits of digitalization in healthcare are: 1, digitalization drives economic growth. 2, it actually makes healthcare more accessible. 3, it is sustainable. And 4, it improves the efficacy of the current healthcare system. Healthcare digitalization means integrating digital technologies such as AI, telemedicine, electronic health records, data analytics, and digital diagnostics into the healthcare system to improve delivery, accuracy, and efficiency. Whereas equalizing access means trying to ensure that all people, regardless of geography, income, or identity, receive the same level of care. We agree that healthcare should be equitable, but equity doesn't come from dragging everyone through the outdated system. It comes from raising the baseline through smarter, scalable innovation. Today, I will present to you my main point. Healthcare digitalization fosters innovation, driving economic growth and medical advancements. With every informed decision or action one takes, you can expect an opportunity cost to incur. An opportunity cost is often described as the price of not choosing the next best alternative. This is reflected in the statement. Of course, choosing to prioritize digital healthcare over the democratization of health accessibility causes an opportunity cost. However, the benefit of digitizing healthcare strongly outweighs the cons of not doing so. Failing to innovate now locks us into inefficiency, stagnation, and inequity in the long run. For instance, imagine trying to equalize access to fax machines in the era of cloud computing. That's what focusing solely on traditional access models does. It delays real progress. Here are a few examples of the benefits of digitization. The first one being economic growth through digital health investments. So the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, also known as OECD, highlights that approximately 20% of healthcare expenditures in member countries do not contribute to better health outcomes, often due to inefficiencies. Implementing digital solutions can address these issues, potentially saving around $600 billion annually. In short, this represents the potential amount of money that can be saved and reinvested into healthcare and expanding it and improving it and making it more accessible. 2, stimulating innovation and medical advancements. For instance, AI-enabled initiatives like Edith, a breast screening program in the United Kingdom, aims to reduce waiting times for hundreds and thousands of women, thereby improving early detection rates and patient outcomes. Digital health tools can alleviate administrative burdens on healthcare professionals, allowing them to focus more on patient care. For example, AI-powered scheduling systems can optimize appointment bookings, reducing no-show rates, and increasing operational efficiency. Additionally, countries that lead in healthcare digitalization can develop exportable healthcare technologies to boost their economy. And that's it. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition team can step up to the podium. You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Good evening, adjudicators, and as well as audience and the esteemed proposition team. In our world right now, 1/3 of humanity remains offline. Healthcare around the world is still not developed evenly. The question is, are we actually ready to go fully digital? Well, the debate that we are talking about, whether if it's any motion or this motion, the debate is all about global health. This means that globally, patients and individuals should not be neglected. Even though it's only 1/3 of those people still matter. Now, as the leader of proposition has defined the leader of opposition agrees with the motion, but want to define another 2 words, which are the word accelerating, which is to speed up the process of, and the word rather than, which is preferring over another. Now, I would like to start with some rebuttals for the claims made by the leader of proposition. The leader of proposition has said that because of the limited resources, we need to allocate those resources into digitalization medicine to make things more sustainable. Now, I would like to start with an analogy that might be completely unrelated to medicine. Let's talk about cars. When we talk about cars, do we focus on sustaining them or actually make them safe to drive? That is why we focus on making them safe to drive, making them actually work first, before we focusing on digitalization and actually reduce the resources to make it more sustainable. The main scope of the focus here is all about medicine. It's all about saving lives. It's not about making it sustainable to save lives later. Now, the words of the leader of proposition that has been said is killing 2 birds with 1 stone, or killing many birds with 1 stone. I would like to say that this, although is a valid statement, it could go wrong in so many ways, because we have been established that the resources is limited, so much so limited to the point that if we actually focus on digitalization who's going to maintain it? There's a cost of so many things, for example, servers, and to actually implement it, there would be so many costs and extra money that needs to come with it. Now, even if we could digitalize it, then how could that expand to other people? For example, in rural areas that people don't have enough access to internet. People don't have enough access to smartphones that are actually smart enough to focus on doing all the medical things. For example, let's say before going to hospitals might require some kinds of online signups before. But what if those patients don't have the resources, the money, the internet to actually work on that? Then that would be killing half a bird instead of killing 2 birds, because we have allocated all that resources for digitalization. What if not enough people actually use it? Wouldn't that process go to waste? Now, I would like to start with my main point. My main point is about the financial. As I have rebutted, I would like to expand more on this. Now, for financial situations of, let's say, global and in Thailand as well, not all people, not all countries are available to afford the cost of digitalization. There's still so many countries that are lacking of servers, lacking of good internet, or even good access to all the technologies. Let's say, for example, a project called Smart Care. It comes from Ethiopia, which has been a pilot. It has been proposed. However, it could not be used because the country cannot handle the cost of digitalization. People do not have access to enough technology. Then what if people don't have enough access to technology? Then they can't adapt to it if things go fully digitalized. That's why we want to focus more on equalizing healthcare, to expand it all to the globe, not just only in countries that are already good enough to actually afford to have digital softwares or systems. Now, who will be developing and who will be adopting those techs? It's basically doctors and patients. These are the stakeholders that will be doing this. However, are doctors actually ready to go fully online? And are patients, as I said, becoming elderlies, whether or not they're from rural or urban areas, are they fully ready to adopt all that technologies? There's so many cases in Thailand, for example, things that are going digital like markets, online shopping. But people can do that because it's not a sensitive topic. Medicine is sensitive, and that is why I'm proud to oppose.
Before we move on to the other team, we have a challenge. What is your challenge?
So the team leader falsely said that, or claimed and alluded to, that no one would maintain digitalization in each country when they asked the question, who would maintain it? In what world is this true? Is there a statistic proving that digitalization would work or exist without a state, country, or private organization making it? I don't think so. And if a system is really set in place, won't the government of said region or country have the power to control it, thus have the responsibility over it and have the power to actually maintain it? Digitalization is not just something floating around, and it doesn't just randomly spawn up. In my opinion, I think what they said was a stretch. Someone has to build digitalization. It just doesn't appear. And yeah, if they could find a site of a digitalization existing without anything or anyone making it at all.
You'll have 1 minute to find your references, starting from now. Your time is up. You have 1 minute to elaborate on the challenge. Yeah. Your 1 minute starts now.
Honorable adjudicators, as to reply to the proposition team regarding the challenge of whether or not there's got to be, as mentioned, there's got to be someone that creates or make the digitalization happen. Yes, the leader of opposition truly agrees with that and believe that there's got to be someone that makes it happen. However, who is going to implement it? That is the main question. Even though we say it could exist anywhere, it could exist as a pilot, it could exist as a proposal, but who is actually going to do it? Who actually have the effort, the resources enough to do it? As I already mentioned about Ethiopia, it has been quoted from the abstract of the research paper that the economic readiness is the lowest of all factors, which highlight the impact of economic factors on the implementation of sustainable smart care in Ethiopia. This means that even though somebody creates it, there are still some countries that are not ready enough to adopt it. Even Thailand. Think about it. Are we actually ready to go fully digitalization despite having things that are still happening right now? And that is why I'm proud to oppose.
Okay, the next speaker from the proposition team, you can make your way to the podium. You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Good morning again, esteemed judges, audience, and fellow members, debaters. I'm here to build on about exactly why accelerating healthcare digitalization is not only smart, but necessary in a world with limited resources. First, let's go back to that challenge. Their team's answers avoided the actual question. What they said was invalid, and they, in their own words, agreed that digitalization cannot exist with someone making it. And that is what they claimed. So let's start with the actual script. Let's be honest about where we are right now. Healthcare systems around the world are under pressure. Doctors are overworked, hospitals are full, and the number of patients needing help is only rising. We don't have enough people, not enough time, and in some places, not enough money to build hospitals or train thousands of new doctors overnight. But what we do have is the potential of technology. Digitalization has the power to make healthcare more efficient, faster, and better. Let's start with something simple to explain. Paperwork. Right now, in many hospitals, doctors still spend hours filling out forms, records getting lost, prescriptions getting delayed due to how hard it is to actually find these paperwork. But with digital tools like electronic health records, all of that changes. Patient history can be stored, retrieved instantly, and shared between hospitals with just a few clicks. It's faster, safer, and more secure. And this is something opposition hasn't touched on. Now, of course, no system is perfect. Yes, there are risks with digital records and cybersecurity threats that may exist, like Op argued. But here's the thing. Physical records also get lost. They get misfiled and stolen too, especially in overcrowded and underserved hospitals, something opposition completely ignores. In fact, according to a 2023 study reported by the AHIMA, physical records are 3 times more likely to be misplaced or accessed without authorization compared to digital systems with just basic encryption and access controls. Meaning, the more we invest in cybersecurity, the stronger and safer these systems will be. Furthermore, it is of no doubt that AI today is helping doctors detect diseases earlier and more accurately than before. But let me affirm, we are not saying technology should replace doctors completely. What Prop says about us going full digitalization, that is wrong. Our leader has already stated since the start that we are not going full digital. Which leads me to my second argument that digital itself can actually bridge gaps and equalize access to healthcare, especially for the undeserved communities. Thus, focus should be on digitalization. This way, we get to work on the future without leaving anyone behind. Let's talk about those who are left behind. I would like you to imagine a remote village where the closest clinic is hours away. Your father starts having chest pains, but there is no car or a very long wait queue at the clinic. No free doctor and not much time left. What do you do then? For millions, that's the reality for them. And for them, digitalization isn't just innovation. It could mean survival. With things like telemedicine, all it might take is a phone and internet signals. A few taps and you get a trained doctor or an algorithm receiving a diagnosis and getting treatment advice. Take China, for example. Those are already implemented. And through WHO's global strategy on digital health, digital platforms are already being introduced in further countries, highlighting the realisticity of our proposal. To highlight the urgency, WHO says that we're looking at a shortage of over 10 million healthcare workers by 2030. That is only 5 years from now. No matter how much we train to try to equalize healthcare, we will not fill that gap fast enough without digitalization. So let's scratch that ideology. With the right investment, this technology can provide immediate relief to these undeserved regions. And these regions, rural areas, aren't jungles. There are still basic healthcare facilities. Think of Mae Hong Son in northern Thailand. It's rural, far, but clinics still exist. Telemedicine for them would reduce waiting time, queues, as well as relieve stress and workload from the present healthcare workers. Now, opposition might question further, but some people don't have good internet or phones. Valid concern. But that just amplifies the truth more. That is exactly why we have to invest in digitalization now. Digitalization includes scaling internet access to them as well. And to compare both sides from you, in both, we aren't leaving either basic care or tech behind. But what makes ours better than theirs is that we help more people during the process of getting to our ideal. We help more, we focus on the majority without leaving the minorities behind. However, they prioritize minorities, ultimately helping less people at a slower pace. Thus, ours is the better choice. Thank you.
Can the second speaker of the opposition team please make your way to the podium? You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Thank you, the proposition for speakers. Well researched stance on the motion. It has come to my attention that the proposition mentions several interesting arguments. What caught my eyes were these claims. Digitalization can also equalize healthcare. Digitalization makes things faster, and all you need for digitalization is a phone. I would now begin rebutting those arguments. First, while we agree with the notion that digitalization holds the potential to equalize healthcare, it fails to account for other approaches that can also equalize healthcare, perhaps more efficiently in some cases. For example, community-based healthcare. Is digitalization really the top priority in equalizing healthcare? Secondly, while digitalization makes things faster, it takes a long time to implement and can risk ignoring immediate medical needs. This actually ties into my main argument. Lastly, the claim that all digitalization requires is a phone is misleading. What about the servers that host the services? Do we not need them? I will now move on to state my main arguments on why we should not prioritize digitalization over equalizing access to healthcare. I, alongside the opposition team, believes that immediate health crisis should be addressed by whatever means we have, regardless of digital involvement. Focusing on digital transformation risks ignoring the urgent and tangible needs in an equality-ridden world. Life-saving basics should be prioritized over investing in long-term digital systems. First and foremost, according to the 2023 Universal Health Coverage Report by the World Health Organization, catastrophic health spending, defined as when households spend more than 10% of their income on healthcare, worsened or saw little improvement in the majority of countries, especially in low and middle income regions. This figure has been steadily increasing over the past 2 decades, despite digitalization becoming more prominent in healthcare. Digitalization has its place in healthcare, but shouldn't universal health coverage be prioritized? Because digitalization is not going to pay for insulin or life-saving vaccines. Also, will allocating funds to digitalization detract from the already lackluster universal health coverage, which is something patients need to stay alive? We can also look at the situation of a specific disease in India. As a country with a strong IT background, India has taken significant steps to implement digital health at the core of its healthcare delivery system, yet it fails to end the tuberculosis endemic. Tuberculosis is the world's leading cause of infectious death, claiming 1.25 million lives each year, amounting to 350,000 in India. Surprisingly, it is not the lack of digitalization or technological advancements that is the root cause. The interventions can remedy the crisis, but India's long-standing struggle with tuberculosis is closely tied to socio-economic factors. Poor living conditions often progresses this disease into the active TB stage. Put simply, tuberculosis is driven by poverty, which is akin to a potent fuel for infectious disease. In the case of the tuberculosis crisis, it is the problem of poverty that should be addressed to truly and directly reduce tuberculosis incident rate. On the other hand, a study reports that community-based active case finding, where members of local communities help spot tuberculosis in each other, can be an impactful approach to accelerating progress towards elimination of tuberculosis in high-burden communities. This approach is centered around community care, not digitalization, yet it plays a big role in the quest to end tuberculosis. Still, neither digitalization nor community active case finding can or should be a substitute for equitable access to primary services. There are so many ways to equalize healthcare in so many dimensions, so why restrict ourselves to prioritizing digitalization only? In the end, there are multiple distinct immediate needs stemming from inequality that just can't be simply fixed with digitalization. The question is, can we prioritize addressing immediate needs in marginalized populations with whatever tools we have at our disposal while slowly building digitalization infrastructure in the background? Our answer is, yes, we can. That's why I'm proud to oppose.
Can the third speaker from the proposition team please make their way to the podium? have 5 minutes. Starting from now.
Good afternoon, judges. I'm the third speaker of the proposition, and I'm astounded by the opposition's fundamental flaw. They're asking you to choose good intentions over actual impact. They say digitalization excludes the poor. False. Digitalization solutions is the fastest way to reach underserved populations. Ask the millions now that are getting telemedicine in rural areas who never had doctors before. They argue equal access is a human right. Absolutely, but equal access to what? A failing system that wastes resources, respectively, delivers substandard care? That is not right. That's disservice. They'll tell you technology fails people, but their approach fails people systematically every single day through inefficiency and waste. The mathematics of morality, the OECD proves that 20% of healthcare spending is wasted annually due to ineffectiveness. That's documented waste happening while people suffer. Tech is scalable and can help millions of people in much faster time. You can't say the same for a hospital, which takes years to build and costs millions to maintain as well. So really, is this any better than AI cost-wise? Further, we could send in volunteers to teach the residents digital illiteracy. This motion is about focus. In our proposal, we can reach more people while spreading the foundation in basic care in minorities below the poverty line. This way, we aren't leaving anyone behind, giving the majority the care that they deserve at faster rate. Rebutting the opposition's claim, how we are leaving the minorities behind, we aren't. We are being more efficient with it. The opposition worries about digital divide, but there's 10 times cheaper to expand digital infrastructure than to build hospitals everywhere. They claim digitalization leaves people behind, but their approach leaves everyone behind, trapped in inefficient systems that can't meet 21st century health challenges. They're asking you to choose the option that's more expensive, takes longer, and helps fewer people. The stakes are real. Every day we delay digitalization, people die from preventive causes. Every baht wasted on inefficient systems is a baht not spent on life-changing innovation. The opposition offers you equality in suffering. We offer you equality through excellence. The opposition offers you fair distribution of broken systems. We offer you smart investments in the solutions that work. Judges, in a world of limited resources, we can't afford to be equally inefficient. We must be strategically effective. Choose the future, choose impact, choose lives over ideology. We are proud to propose digitalization because it's the only ethical choice. Thank you.
Can the third speaker from the opposition please make your way to the podium? You have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Thank you, the proposition teams for your point, and good afternoon, judges. First of all, I would like to rebut to the proposition team. The proposition team suggested that digitalizing scheduling an appointment is the way that drive healthcare to a new level, so people can have better access to it. But this is only true to a certain extent. As my leader has mentioned, what about people who don't know how to navigate online booking? In fact, World Bank Thailand Digital Economy reported that 74% of Thai adults lack basic digital skills. This advanced scheduling system wouldn't work for them. We wouldn't benefit them at all. The proposition teams also claim that patients' data is safer to be stored digitally. I don't think so. The studies show that anonymization is possible with as few as 3 data points, especially when generic geolocations or rare disease information is included. So we don't want to risk patient securities online if it's not safe. We need to ensure that every patient have equal securities when it comes to their medical data and records. In the world where medical information is 10 to 40 times more expensive than credit cards info, I don't think we should risk patients' sensitive information to people who have bad intentions and aim for cyber attacks. That leads me to the next point. Digitalization without equal access and protection is not progress, it's a risk. It's not enough to build faster and more advanced tools. We need to ensure that everyone can use them and can use them safely. The Lancet 2022 warns that cybersecurity threats are particularly dangerous in low and middle income countries due to the lack of infrastructures and regulations. These systems are already underfunded and unstaffed, yet are being pushed to digitalize without safeguard. According to Costa Rica in 2022, hackers shut down the entire public system, demanding a $20 million ransom. The attack disrupted patient records, hospital scheduling, and even medical supplies. If we put everything we have into the digital world, in the technology and online, what would happen if electricity fails, hospital can't run, and patient information just disappear? We definitely don't want that to happen. Digitalizations assume people have access to systems, but the assumption is false in most low to middle income countries. The International Telecommunication Union reported that over 70% of people in low income countries still lack internet access. So when you build a telemedicine platform or app-based diagnosis or e-health tools, who are you building it for? Definitely not the rural people, not the elderly, not the digitally disconnected people. When the point of digitalizing the health system is to bring more goods to the majorities, we should not make it widen the existing inequalities. This is like installing elevators in building without doors. The same thing applies to digital healthcare system. If the goal of us is to make patients access to healthcare better, what's the point of having the most fancy technological advanced healthcare system if some group of people can't even have benefit from it? The opponent team claims that, the proposition team, claimed that equality is slow progress, but the truth is equities and equalities make progress sustainable. I'm not saying that digitalization is bad, but we are saying that equalizing access is not less important. With limited resources, we don't need to digitalize faster, but we need to digitize smarter. This means putting security, access, and inclusion first. Digitalization without equality is not innovation. It is inequality at speed. Until health system can secure their data and ensure that every citizen, urban or rural, rich or poor, and can safely use the digital tools, equalizing access must be priorities. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next speaker, we have a challenge. What is your challenge?
So the literal previous speaker said that hospitals, and I quote, pretty sure, that they are forced or forcefully, the point is forced, and pushed to adapt and integrate digitalization and AI. This is a big stretch and a very wrong choice of word that can change the meaning of their own claim. Unless they can find a specific site of a case where a hospital or country was forcefully forced to use AI, encouraged to use, sure, there's that, but they use the word force. I'm sure that there was no place that was forced. Force by definition means that you have no choice and you must. But the thing is, you always do have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have 1 minute to find your references, starting from now. Okay, time is up. You have 1 minute to elaborate on the challenge, starting from now.
Firstly, I would like to elaborate that I did not say the word AI, and I did not say forcing people to use AI. And even if I say it, we would try to explain that we're forcing figuratively. It's a figurative force that for the patient to grow with the technology that is advancing. Thank you.
Can the next speaker please make your way to the podium? Your 5 minutes starts now.
I would like to emphasize that the opposition third speaker said figuratively. If you meant it figuratively, you should have stated figuratively first, because you made it seem literally. Despite the claims of the opposition team leader, I personally believe, so personally, don't quote me on the statistics, that many people have access to devices, despite what many people think. Even those in rural areas or in poverty have phones or a tablet. Whether it's just one device per household, that still is a device regardless. I'm saying personally because I have done a lot of volunteering in rural places in northern Thailand, near Phra, and in remote parts of Hanoi in Vietnam, and even in the slums of Klong Toei. I'm a boarding school student who studies in the US, but I am able to volunteer due to the internet, through digital devices and platforms. All these remote places have at least one device. And I believe that this availability of devices is due to the fact that the world is progressing towards digitalization. We shop online, we buy food online, we book tickets online, we find information online. I believe that digitalization has become a core part of the modern life. Now, this is just education. Imagine the ability to be one click away from receiving healthcare. Not prioritizing digitalization would be a move that regresses us backwards as a society. The second speaker of my team has already stated the benefits and potential of telemedicine, an example of digitalization that helps people in rural areas access healthcare. The second speaker from the opposition argues that digitalization is slow and costs a lot. Sometimes you have to wait longer for something better. Like the marshmallows case study, in which if the child waits before eating one marshmallow, they are rewarded with 2. We agree, investments in healthcare through digitalization may take long to implement and to see results from. But that is with all innovative things. I'm pretty sure Thomas Alva Edison did not create the light bulb overnight. However, we now can enjoy the benefits of having a light bulb. This is the same with the digitalization of healthcare. Again, the second speaker of the opposition also talked about how India's healthcare system is failing due to the emphasis on digitalizing healthcare. We have a case study to argue with that. In a case in India where AI-driven diagnostics have reduced the cost of disease screenings from $10 to $1. This is a success. Healthcare has become more accessible, enabling treatment to millions. Opposition is cherry-picking negative cases, and we want to highlight the positive ones. So let us be clear, this debate is not about abandoning equity. It's about choosing the right path to equity, a sustainable, scalable path that builds a future-ready system, not one weighed down by the inefficiencies of the past. So what did we, as the proposition, show you? Well, our first speaker, which is me, laid the foundation. I talked about how digitalization isn't just a luxury, and it's a necessity. With rising healthcare demands and resource shortages, investing in innovation helps us do more. Our second speaker took it further, showing how digitalization directly bridges access gaps. Telemedicine isn't just about replacing hands-on care. It's about relieving overburdened systems, bringing care to remote areas, and speeding up treatment for the people who need it most. Our third speaker drove it home with a long-term vision. Digitalization doesn't just solve today's problems. It's future-proof healthcare. It scales, adapts, and evolves. It enables innovative ecosystems, biotech growth, and exportable tech solutions, multiplying returns across sectors. And while the opposition clings to nostalgia, we offer sustainability, resilience, and a system that uplifts everyone. Judges, this isn't just a tech debate, it's a moral one. Do we keep pouring limited resources into a system that's crumbling, or do we invest in a smarter foundation that empowers everyone in the long run? We choose the future, we choose impact, and we choose healthcare digitalization, and that is why we are proud to oppose. Thank you.
Can the final speaker please make your way to the podium? You will have 5 minutes, starting from now.
Esteemed adjudicators, for some clarifiers to be made about the challenge that has been raised about forcing an AI, I would like to explicitly state that our second speaker did not say that. And if even it was said and the proposition raised that it needs to be said it's figuratively, I would like to refer back to the leader of proposition speaking about the idiom of shooting birds. Isn't it ethical? Why did you say that we're shooting birds and didn't say that it's figuratively at that point? Now, I would like to rebut some of the points that has been made by the leader of proposition, saying how about the marshmallow case study of how waiting longer could result in something better. Eating marshmallow is not the same as saving lives. Saving lives that we're talking about right now, patients cannot be waited like eating marshmallows. We need to save lives now, even though we will be investing in the long run, but we can't neglect exactly the things that we will be doing. Now, I would like to move on to talk about an analogy. Adjudicators, I would like to raise one question. Is digitalization the only way to equalize healthcare? And is it a good use of resources? Let's start with an analogy. Let's say we have 2 cups of water with unequal amount of water in it. Is the only way to equalize them is pouring one into another? The answer is no. There are so many ways. For example, adding waters into the other one, or just pouring all out for the both of them. Exactly, that is the same as healthcare too. Digitalization is not the only way and not the only ethical choice as stated by the proposition. There are so many ways that we could equalize healthcare before actually investing in some technology that is still immature. And even though we're focusing on the long run, what we need now, especially in Thailand and other countries, and this is not about neglecting urban populations or rural, we need to address this healthcare immediately. Now let's talk about some points that has been made by both sides. As they said, they have made points about how this is a sustainable use of money, how it could stimulate economic growth, how it makes healthcare more accessible, and how it is a bare minimum for healthcare. We have stated clearly that it depends on the financial situations of the countries, and as well as the social situation of whether or not they are likely to accept technology. Data security, which is an incredibly important problem that is happening in all the countries that are using privacy, encryption data, and all of that. Now, have you guys known that medical data is actually 10 to 40 times more expensive than credit cards information? That is how important it is that we need to protect it. Then we also mentioned about the immediate needs that it need to be treated the patients. Now, the proposition lives in the perfect world where inequality is not that big of a deal, and in the world that technology can be easily developed with just limited resources. We oppositions, however, live in a world where resources are actually important and time is important for our patients. That is why we want to focus on equalizing healthcare instead of digitalizing it. We're not saying that we're not digitalizing it, but we will do that after all the things have been equalized to the point that all the patients have enough access and will be ready enough to go digitalized. Now, let's talk about some clashes to be made for this debate. Now, the first class is the efficiency of investment. Who invests better in all the money? The proposition states that they will be investing in the digitalization of healthcare. However, this is still in its infancy. How are we going to make sure that this is going to work? We will be investing those money into healthcare that will save lives right away. If we invest in money now, we could be saving lives tomorrow. That is how fast it is, because it is a system that is already ongoing, unlike digitalization that needs to be recompiled all over again. If a hospitals will ever accept to use digitalization, all the data that's been complied needs to be moved onto servers, onto digitalized technology, and that is going to take a really long time. And this is not all about eating marshmallows, as mentioned. Now, we also have things about the impact timeline. As we said, our impact will be seen today. Nowadays, we are already saving lives, and with more money invested, we could save more lives. Unlike the propositions, which the impact will be seen in the long run, and we don't know yet when that is going to happen, because to come up with servers to digitalize things, it's going to take a really long time. And that is why we believe that the opposition has won this debate, because we have proven that equitable access to healthcare is ethical and it is important for all. That is why we're proud to oppose. Thank you.
You cannot challenge for this one. Thank you both teams for their insightful arguments. We will now invite our esteemed judges to provide their feedback and comments for 1 minute each.
Okay, let me start first. Actually, for me, you both teams, you are very insightful, and you research, you do a lot of data exploration, and you gather a lot of evidence to speak to us, to give us, to inform us today, which is very great. And just some minor comment within a limited time. You both did great in engaging your audience, engaging us. But maybe just some of you, maybe you can improve a lot better by using non-verbal expression, look at your audience and talk to us, not talk to your script or your iPad or computer. That's much better. And both teams, you get the point that you may have some different idea, and you can explain the reason why you think on the other side. And which for me, you both teams, you are my winners for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for insightful discussion on this topic. I will comment very short this time. So overall, both of you did very well on this topic, even it is quite difficult. So actually, it's not about right or wrong decision, but it's just kind of resource allocations. And you may not, you don't need to be extreme on one side. You can go both, but just try to relocate which one is better than the other. Okay, so for the proposition, I think the proposition use advantage of challenge 2 times. Okay, this is the one of the good point, and also you set the stage for discussion in the beginning that you will not go for one side to extreme. You said that you can go for both of equality and also digitalization, but you just favor digitalization. This is also good. For the opposition, also you're on the position to emphasize on equality. Yeah, you did it very well on this case. You can also add more detail why equality is better than digitalization, and you can add more information why focus too much on digitalization may not be good for equality, something like that. So each team can add more information on that and also make the discussion more convincing. Again, maybe similar to Ajahn Mayuri about the nonverbal communication. Just talk to the audience, not on your script. Thank you.
Oh, I have to admit that I really enjoy this session very much, and I'm really impressed how good the both team are. I know I realize that I can notice that deep down both teams realize that you cannot go the other way. There need to be combination. We have to invest on both digitalization and equal access to healthcare. Okay, so I wish you luck for the winner position.
Okay, so we come to the final step. Okay, you feel good for now, but we are so stressful for now to judge you now. So I just quite like this situation. So I like on this slide that you try to have the strong but bottom line that you want to choose this, but you try to, if you do one thing, you're gonna get at another thing. Something like that. I kind of like this bottom line. For your size, I kind of like the thing that you try to have the analogy or comparison with the daily life. If you compare to this thing, you're gonna get this thing, something like that. And that should be all for me. Good luck.
Good job to both teams. I enjoy this afternoon a lot, like actually for all 4 teams. And yeah, I think that the topic is hard. And like generally it's hard to choose between 2 good things. Because like both are good things that we want to do, but I think that's just life that we need to prioritize. Maybe something that if we know about it, we will prioritize them better if we know the current state of, like, for example, like how much access do we have in the current state, for example, in Thailand, or maybe like how much digitalization is done currently in Thailand, so we can like choose like this is more important or that one. But it's hard to find these perfect evidence. That's just life. Maybe if this topic is of interest to you guys, I think there's a company called Bariando. It's a startup who like aims to be a digital first hospital operating in the United States, and that could be like a case study for the topic. If if going through the digitalization is really that important, or the other way around. Yeah.
Thank you very much for amazing both debated teams. From my comments, I think I agree with all the judges that are previous comments. So gonna go hit to the point. Firstly, I think like Ajahn already said that I think it's very good to pin down and specific on the topic, like for the opposition team, right? You advocate about more equalized access to healthcare. I think what you need to do a little bit homework is like there's like around 6 areas that need to be emphasized on access, right? So you need to find the data and that this is important, that cannot be done by AI currently, that are life and death condition. So that will make your argument a little bit stronger. But also at the same time, for the proposition teams, you can also identify with that. I think 3 out of 6 have under the technology realm. So you can use that to also emphasize and give more credibility to your argument as well. Yeah, right. And about usage of the data, I think what you mentioned about like comparing scaling up digital health and build hospital building, I think this analogy that you mentioned 2 times I think is not directly correct, kind of, because it seems like you try to say that building hospital building equal to increase access to healthcare is the only way, which is maybe not. So maybe one time is enough. So another time is like remind that this argument one more times again. Other than that, I think both leaders are a little bit more engaging and try to persuade us, the audience, to go for all your arguments. But teammates, I think I would like to encourage you to skip the script and just speak out. I think I'm very confident that you prepare so much. So just courage and then put on. Thank you.
ขอบคุณมาก ๆ เลยนะคะอาจารย์ We would like to thank our judges for their thoughtful feedback and comments and extend our appreciation to all participants once again. Our judges will now take the next 20 minutes to finalize the results. During this time, feel free to take a break and we will reconvene at 5:45 p.m. for the closing ceremony and announcement of the results. Thank you.
Thank you to teams Code Blue and Matcha Latte.